I'll go back to recording this and let me turn on the screen sharing for you. And off we go. Okie doke.
I share the wrong one?
Nope, I'm just trying to get it over on my other screen. Here we go. All righty. And I'll go ahead and do the request just in case I need to, but I'll talk you through, let you do most of it.
Well, I've had a very frustrating morning.
Oh, sorry.
A lot of work on this Plat, and I went downstairs to feed the dog, and I forgot to do a save before I left. And when I came back, my computer had locked up, and I had to do a Control Alt Delete to get it unlocked, and everything was gone.
Oh man. Hang on a quick second. Let me see something. Let's search. I think it's this. Actually, nope, it's not. It's SV dollar. I'm looking for those temporary backup save as you go kind of files. See if there's any in here. It may be since you've restarted and it came into this file again that it reset it, so I don't know. All right, so there's this one. Yeah, that one's done just now.
Okay, that's the one I'm still presently working on.
Yeah. And see the time stamp on it is 12:59, so that's the one that just now started. All right, looks like that's it. And no, see, it's all right. Well, gosh, sorry.
Those things happen.
I guess. All right. So now I see some of the things like you got your legend in it for your property line.
Yeah, and some of the legend has actually disappeared. Like I don't know where it went. But this is, I'd like to make this drawing the prototype for our base drawing.
Okay.
Because I think everything that all the settings and stuff are current in this drawing.
Uh-huh.
We might check that, but I'm pretty sure. But let me ask you a question.
Sure.
There's a subdivision over here on this line.
Okay.
And the way I created these parting lines is I just looked on the plat and saw the distances and then did computed points there and then drew polylines and then deleted the points. Is there a quicker way to do that?
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Now
You
here's
could,
another interesting thing I've noticed that it may be have always been this way, but I never noticed it. If I do an inverse and say I want to inverse here from 202 to 203,
yeah.
look at where that's pointing to. It's pointing way out there. But
Well,
if I do it in here,
yep.
um,
That's absolutely as it should be in both cases. Because what happens is when you're inside the frame, you're in the model. When
okay,
you're outside the frame, you're down around 0, 0, and you're looking at a number of inches. So it tries to go from those millions of coordinates way out in space somewhere. You would still get the same number, the same answer, but your lines won't show up the same.
okay.
That's
Here's
why,
something else that's new on this version. When I click on that, look at all of that stuff.
yeah, that's actually not new. That's there. It just, you have something separately turned on here that you don't have in the other. And that's down here in the status line. I'm not sure which. It should be one of
But it
probably.
doesn't bother me. I just don't. I just hadn't seen it before.
Yeah, see, it's this yeah, it doesn't. See, I wish you could. What it's trying to do is when you select something that is text, let me, what's going on here? It must be in paper space. Yeah, it is. Okay. So what it's doing is it's showing you all of the possible text sizes that you could have based on this annotative setting.
Okay.
And that is to whether, like right in here, right at this annotation scale. So that's showing you all of these potential scales. Okay.
Okay.
So if we say this, well, even at that, you're still going to get some. Maybe not. Maybe it's, yeah, so you'll still get some of those. Let's see, that is, see, turning the annotation visibility on and off should fix that, but apparently it doesn't. So now, what you see right here, because we're in paper space and we have the height set, it's not going to change anything when I look at it here. But if I change it from being annotative to not, see, so now it's there and you can select it and then move it, to wherever it needs to go. So now the only thing is, if you were to ever change the scale of this sheet of this page setup, which is right here, this scale.
Yeah.
When you change that, when you have annotative text, then that annotative text will change. Let's say you wanted to print these as half-size prints, then you could set the scale down to 1 to 2 instead of 1 to 1. And then, but this text would resize itself to always still be this paper text height right here. Right now it's text height because I've turned the annotative off, but when I say yes, then there also is a field that says paper height or paper space text height. So that's what's going on there. Now, we don't normally necessarily use annotative text on these sheet layouts because they usually stay 1 to 1. It's your paper, it's your size of your paper. So your text height in this case is going to be 0.1. It's going to be, 1 if you want a 1-inch tall piece of text, that sort of thing. Where you normally set it is inside the model. And then when you view it through this viewport out here in the paper space, whatever scale you set this viewport to be, right over here in this annotation scaling. So if you were to make that 100, but when you made that text 1/10 of an inch tall in the model, right now it's not in the model, these are on the paper, then if you were to change that scale here, that text will change its size for you automatically to maintain its paper height. Okay. The other thing about text that might be sensitive to placement is if you were to ever move anything inside of that viewport, if you were to slide the position of your view around, this text is not going to go with it unless it's drawn in the model.
Okay.
Okay. So that's just sort of some of the nuances between whether you draw the text on the page, on the paper, or whether you draw it on the ground. When you draw it on the ground, it's going to go with these lot lines and always be in that orientation. When you draw it on the paper, then it's always, X number of inches from this corner and X number of inches up. And if you move this perspective of where you're viewing it from, that text doesn't move.
Okay.
So just keep that part in mind. That's why, this general notes, you don't want that to move around with it, so you can reposition this and the notes will stay right where they are. Okay?
Okay.
So now, in terms of your departing lines over here, for instance, there's a couple of things that you could also do. Are these lines all supposed to be parallel?
Yeah.
It looks like they're not necessarily.
No, I just eyeballed them.
Yeah. So when you have one of them like this,
Yeah.
and if you know these distances in between,
Yeah.
then you can do an offset and they'll stay parallel and they'll just copy themselves down. Now, I think for the purposes of what you're doing here, they're fine. You're just indicating, like I said, that there are lots over here.
Do I use the offset command to do that?
Yes. Like how far apart are those lines, for instance?
Well, the first distance there is 80 feet. After that, they're all 90.
Okay, so if I take this and if I offset that, now the command is over here on this toolbar over here on the right,
Okay.
or it's also on the edit menu, offset, and it would just be a standard offset.
Yeah.
And if I said it's asking for, it says offset, enter, hit enter if you want to say go through a through point or type a distance. So if I type 80 feet, then which side, either both or if you pick a side. So I'm going to go on this side. And so right now it did that apparently. See that little short one right in there?
Yep.
That was that 80-foot one. Okay. And then you could take that one and you repeat the command and you say they are
90, let them are all 90 feet.
you said what, 90?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would say that one, I don't know which one it's going to grab here now, but I'd say whatever one it was. Then I would go over to here and then you would just keep doing it, or you could even, let's undo that. And let me undo. That, let me erase this for a minute. You could also do when you run, now notice it doesn't go all the way up here because we're not necessarily perpendicular there. Um, are they supposed to be, do you know?
I don't think so.
So if you did, I'm going to select this and make the object layer current. All right, so I'm on that layer. Now, oh, that's nice. They give you the little dimension there. You could type that in. All right, so I'm going to just skew this up here for a minute, and I'm going to show you the way I would probably do this is I would draw my 2D polyline. Well, it's a 2D line. I want a 2D poly. And that's fine. And I'm just going to draw out here in space anywhere. Okay. And I'm going to snap perpendicular to that line. Okay. So there it is, perpendicular. Now I'm going to move it from here, from this endpoint down to this endpoint. Okay. And that's of some just arbitrary of arbitrary length. Now I'm going to get rid of these just so you can see them. We can put them back later if we need, but so now what I would do, because it is perpendicular here, when we do an offset, it does a parallel copy. So you're going to see those endpoints are going to line up now. So if we go back to offset, do a standard offset of 80 feet, and I pick this, oops, and I go to that side. All right, so there's now my 80-foot one. If I repeat that command, oops, let's see. I'm trying to get, there is an offset. Let's do a multiple offsets. There we go. So now I'm going to set that distance to 90. And how many do I need? Let's just see.
About 10. There's one that goes fairly close to 203, and that would be the last one.
All right, so I picked that one and I'm good on that side. And now there they all went. Now we'll just erase the ones we don't need.
Wow, how did you do that again? Let me get out my notes.
I'm going to let you do it here in just a second. I'm going to, in fact, let me just undo. Okay, now, so that one is, now I'm going to leave that one where it was. Actually, I'm going to, so this distance from this corner down to here was, you set that with a Kogo point, that was fine, right?
Yeah,
So you got that point there. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to leave that there so you can snap to it. Now, I want you to draw a 2D polyline. And we'll say okay. And just click anywhere in space that's about off that line, about the distance you want it to be. You know, no, I mean, off the red line. How long do you want that line to be? So start in there. Yeah, start in there. I know it doesn't matter to be exact, but just you don't want to make them, you know, a quarter inch. But all right, so that's your starting point, and now you're going to snap perpendicular. And you're going to grab that line there. There you go. Okay. And now you're going to hit enter to finish. All right, so now that is just arbitrarily drawn from some arbitrary point, but it is perpendicular to the red line. So now we need to pick it up and move it to so that the endpoint of that line is at the same endpoint of the other line. Okay. Nope, get that one, yeah. So go from there and then take it up to the endpoint of the other line, right in there. Perfect. Okay. Now you can erase that first line. The only reason I left it there, Michael, was so that you could use it to snap to. Okay, so now you've got that one. So we're going to offset that one 80 feet. So that's an offset command.
Did you say you could right click and do that?
No, well, you could from the recent command section, but it's on either the edit menu or that vertical menu over on the right-hand side. And it's a standard offset, okay? And it's going to be 80 feet. And we hit enter. And now select the entity, that one there. And now choose which side you want to go to. And there it is. Now hit enter to finish. Okay, now you're going to do offset again, but you're going to use a slightly different command. It's the multiple offsets. And now the distance is 90.
Hit enter.
Yep. And tell it how many repetitions. Looks like 10 was too many, so maybe, well, okay, that's fine. So now select that line and show it which side. Boom. Now there they all are. Now all you got to do is just erase the ones you don't need.
Okay.
All right.
Now
So
I have to put all the joiner information on those, and I think it's going to be tough to squeeze it in here and make it still legible.
yeah, because you're talking about you're going to need at least 3 lines, right?
I'm going to need yes, 3 lines exactly.
Okay. So, and you can see just by, if I were to, let me make that not, well, first of all, let me select all of those, and I'm going to make them all non-annotative. Now, they are they're 1/10 of an inch tall.
Huh, wonder how come my 15 acres moved?
It didn't. This is what moved.
Oh,
Now so those are all a 1/10 of an inch tall, like an L100, and that could be fine.
yeah.
But just so you can see about what it would look like if I were to copy this, you can see that it's not really going to fit in there very nicely.
Right.
Right. So there's a couple of things we can do. We can put letters in there and then do a little table of adjoiners.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay, in fact, let's move this guy over a little bit, get him off of there. Oops. Yeah, so you made, now that I've made all these things non-annotative, you may need to just and see they're out here in paper.
Yeah.
Whoops, I don't need that one at the same time as this one. I just need to sort of reposition a couple of these. And this one needs to be out here, or should it be like,
No, it goes in there.
what was that?
It goes in there.
In like the others?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. And obviously you can rearrange those visibly like you want. Now, here's a nice little thing. Like if you want, this will be one, and then 2, then 3, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know if you want letters or numbers or whatever, but there's a command on the draw text menu that says sequential text.
Okay.
So if you'll go grab that, it's on the draw menu. It is text. And somewhere there's a sequential. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not text. Maybe it, let me see if I can find it here.
Oh, there's a bunch of numbers. There's to the left of,
Yeah, that's what I would, maybe that's what we need to do. Go grab that one. You saw it somewhere? Draw.
sequential
Oh,
numbers.
there it is, sequential numbers. Okay, so if you do that, now I think it will also let you choose A instead of 1. I'm not sure. We can try it and see. And if your size, you might as well make your size to match the others. I would change that from 0.08 to 0.1. Okay, and center is fine. Now the symbol, if you'll pull that down, you can look at some options.
Symbol.
Right, you're almost there, right where it says none. Yeah, okay. So see, you can put a circle around those numbers or a triangle or a square or whatever you want to do if you wanted to do any of those. You don't have to, but you could do that. Okay.
Let's see what a square looks like.
All right.
A circle looks like.
Okie doke. And you can say auto increment the labels is what you want to do. We don't need to draw a leader. We can group the label with the symbol. That's fine. And now the increment is going to be 1. I think this will work with letters. We'll try it and see. Go ahead and say okay. And then just pick where you want the first one, right there. And then the second one, click. Oh, goodness. No, let me see. Let me see. Let's undo that. Oops. All right, let's undo that. Now let me see something here real quick. We said, yeah, see, it is incrementing. So I would have started with A, text size scalar 1. That's all fine. And say, okay, now let's see, pick the label position here. Now a point for label alignment. That's going to set the orientation of it. So I'm going to turn on temporarily down here this orthogonal so that it lines up that way. And I can turn that back off now. Why, oh why is it? Oh, I know exactly why.
I'm glad one of us does.
Yeah, well, it's because if you look at the command again, it says, here was my text size scalar, and it's creating drawing unit text size of 20 units tall. So in this case, it made it 20 inches tall because I'm in the paper. So if I'm in the model, now we can do it. Or if you want to keep them all out here on the paper when you do it, you have to do this. You have to change, instead of that number, you would change this to be 0.1, which makes that 0.001. And then now you would say here, pick a point for the label, alignment. Let me lock it to that. Okay, so so that's how that's going to go.
Okay.
And then you would do C, then D, then E, then F. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to recommend is let's do it out here on the ground in the model.
Okay.
And we'll change this back to 0.1, so it's a 1/10. And we'll set the size by symbol so that the letters will be a little smaller, but the circle will be a 1/10. Okay, and now let's go up here and restart at A. Oops, how about capital A? All right, now I'm gonna let you drive. So go ahead and hit OK. And pick a point for the position. And it needs the alignment, so make sure that it's keep going over. It looks like the perpendicular looking. One more. Yeah, double click that. And then go back up there and show it. There you go. That sets the alignment. All right, so that's maybe too little. All right, let's undo that. Sorry. Press escape to get out of the command, first of all. No, well, you gotta, all right. So now rerun the command and let's make the,
Draw text.
no, it's sequential numbers.
Oh, yeah.
It's right there, yeah. Now, so instead of making, let's uncheck that size by symbol. And let's make the text size scalar. Instead of 0.1, let's make it 0.075. There we go. Let's try that now. Say okay. You didn't get it. You didn't get locked. There we go. There we go. That's looking better. Now pick the next place. And now the next one. And you just keep going down until you're finished. And of course you can move those, you know, rearrange them as you will, but you have to do it from inside the model. Okay, and then one one more on the end, or you can put the full text down there on the end, either way.
Well, this one really isn't a joiner.
Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Okay. All right. So hit enter to finish the command. And now when you go to rearrange those things, because we had the checkbox on this is group the text with the symbol.
Yeah.
Then you only have to pick one of those things and it will take them all together as a single unit when you move them.
Really?
Yeah. Now keep in mind, you still have your snaps on. You still got that perpendicular snap is on and all of those other things, whatever running snaps you might have, like endpoint and center and all that, you've still got on. So I would turn that off now, double click that. And then when you go to move that, I would just, let's say if you're going to move that, so you can, you know, select it and type the letter M for move, or do it in either order, or do that. Now I would just go up there in the snap bar and hit that red X to turn off the snapping right there. Yep. And now you would okay. So anyway,
This went back to where it was.
let me see. If I move, so if I want to go base point from there to there, so yeah, see it moved. You might have accidentally hit into a snap or something. But now if you do that, See, you need to be careful not to get. I don't know what's going on with that. Nothing, just had to be redrawn. Yeah, so you can actually just select it and then press and hold the mouse button. That might be the easiest way to do it.
Okay.
Just select it, press and hold the mouse button and drag it.
Is that true of anything that you're moving?
That is correct. So now you see all those little redone things, just do a regen all, and that'll clear those up. So I'll let you rearrange those. You can just select it and then click on it again once it's selected. Now, instead of getting the grip, be careful of the grips because you can change the size of the circle. So pick off to between the grips, press and hold, and there you go. Okay, like that.
No, they still don't look even, but can't get them even because of where the lines go. Why did that one get so big? Because I wasn't close enough to it.
What do you mean? How it got so big?
Well, the
How
blue
far?
bar completely obliterated the symbol. This is my screen.
I'm not seeing that on my end. I think that's just some video stuff that's going on. Just maybe need to do a regen or something.
I didn't know you could move it like that. That's very.
Yeah, that's a handy way to do it. It's something you got to be careful of though, because if you grab a grip, you can actually change the shape of things.
Right.
But you can do that with anything. You can click on a point and drag a point. You can click on the line work, any of that stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right, so now you've done that, and we need to make a table of A through I and make a listing of that. And that would be simple enough. Now we're going to put that over here, like say under the general notes, maybe.
Okay. Let me save.
Yeah, there you go. So double click outside the frame so you're in the paper. And let's just make a copy of that general notes and the title and the line under it and all that. We're just going to drag a selection window that crosses those. Or just maybe the title. Just that. You don't even need the notes. Just go back up and get just the title and the line. There you go. Now, well, you still got the notes selected. Press escape to clear. Okay, now just grab the title and the line work. And I think, no, do a crossing, but don't go down into the text. Like that, right there. Nope, apparently that is all one piece of text.
Part of one note.
Oh, okay, all right. So now let's just make a copy, and we're going to copy it straight down and put it underneath there, if that makes sense, or do you need to go to the left of the big title block in the bottom? I don't know where you want to put it.
No, that could be fine.
Okay, so we'll put it, come on down to like right in there. And well, that's okay. Just go ahead and click. And now let's, we're going to move that now. You need to get the line separate. Well, the line's not moving with it because the line was separate. So undo that and go back and grab them together. Okay. So, yep, like that. That's all you need. Now move that.
I just grab it there and move it. No, that's a stretch.
No, that's a grip. You can grab off to the side of the grip and do it. You could have. Okay, now I would come down a little bit because there's a big gap, but you don't want the title looking like it goes with the block of text above it. There you go. Okay, now let's double click that text where it says general notes or any of that place, and we're going to change the name of that. Instead of general notes, we're going to double click that part, and we're going to take our mouse and highlight where it says general notes, and we're going to type in a joiner information or a joiner list or whatever you want to call it. There you go. And then I would come down here below that where it's, I would just click to the right of the colon, and I would paint all the way down and just delete it, because we're going to put in a new thing and not make it text. We're going to make it a table. Just press delete and then do it again. Okay. And now hit OK. On the title bar, in the toolbar. There you go. All right. So now let's put that a table. Where did we, looks like we need to scoot these over just a skosh. Like that. All right. So now we're going to make a table right under here. And this is, I don't think, oh, they do have it. It used to not be part of Carlson, but it's part of the CAD system, and that's all it's going to do is hand it off. So if you go ahead and click that, you're going to say manual input, or you could have it in a spreadsheet and do it that way, either way, but we'll just say manual input. Okay. Now we want to figure out what we want our table to say. We're going to say the first, well, first of all, we'll do the columns. We're going to make a set of columns, and we're going to have, the first column will be, you know, symbol or key or whatever you want to call it. You could just say, I don't know, a parcel ID. It's not a parcel ID in the sense of a tax map, but it's
Put district. Just put
no, but we have to put like A, B, C, D and all that. That's what we want first. So what do we call that? That's just our symbol. You want to call that the symbol?
sure.
All right, so just so I would type the word symbol. And now the next column over, we're going to have, I would click there and I would say what is that called? District or district map and page?
District map and parcel.
District map and parcel. So I would go ahead and just, okay, now take your mouse and open that up so you can read it all. There you go. Probably a little too far that you don't need that much. Okay. And now you want to, we want to add a column. So you see the buttons down below. So what's that one going to be? Name, yeah, or owner, or whatever you want to call it.
And add another column.
Yeah, and that's going to be deed book and page, right?
Yep.
And I'd give a little more width to name, because you're going to type people's names in there. It's going to be, you want it wide enough to show your widest name. Okay. So now let's just start filling out A and then go down through I. So it would be, A, B, C, D and all that. And don't worry about getting them centered or anything right now. We can take care of that when we get them on the page. Okay, now go ahead and put your information there.
All District 2. They're all map 13A. First one is parcel 479.
Okay, now, yeah, highlight, copy and paste.
Not letting me paste.
Try a control V. Okay. Now fix your pages for the different ones or whatever that is. Yeah, page.
Well, let me go to the
Or parcel, not page, but just double click in it, I think. Yeah, now click to the right so you don't take out everything.
okay.
And yeah, now you can. So see, you can do that in an Excel spreadsheet and you can link that in. Just remember how we did that other one with the Excel tables?
We're going to have a couple more tables here that we're going to have to make.
Okay.
Let me see, 477, 76, 75, 74.
The nice thing about Excel is you can put that first one in there and then just drag it up and it will increment it up by ones. That kind of thing, but it's not too many, so that's fine. Okay. Now put your name of your first guy there.
Oh, I didn't go down to the next one.
Just, yeah, click with the mouse probably. You might be able to use the down arrow on the keyboard. I just don't know. Wojcik, what a great name.
Yeah, this next one is huge.
Now, do me a favor. Wait. Before you do that, try just double clicking that right where you have the mouse on right, just like you're going to drag it, but try double clicking it. That's what I thought. It'll spread out to meet the largest in the column.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. Excel works that way too. Well, there's a name in the news. All right, now, for consistency's sake, Mike, where you got deed book page, you just got a space, and over in district map and parcel, you got a comma. So you might want to put a comma after book or put an ampersand or whatever, but whatever you do, make it match, you know. So there's deed book and page, and then over in district map parcel, you might want to put an ampersand instead of that last comma. Yeah. You just want it to be consistent, that's all. There you go.
Should I put DB 991P?
Well, since you have the D, M, and P on the other column, I would, yeah. And you got a space in there that you didn't have in the others. Okay. Now, that's all we need for data. So let's hit OK. And it's going to prompt you for a position. So the first line is a title. So we click that. And we say OK. And now pick a location, and you're going to just click somewhere there. We'll move it and adjust it as we need to later. All right, so now in here are our options. We have these where we set the sizes, where we allow word wrap, we set the width, the text style, that sort of stuff. So we've got the title, let's see. Oh. If we can go back. Well, let's do this and oh shoot, this is yeah, we should have done that slightly different. Let's see now. I wonder. It sets it up as a block. Let me see something. If this keeps it as manual input, no, that's what I was afraid of. All right, let me see here. Let's see. District map and parcel. So we're going to add a column. It's debooking page. Oh, we need to put the owner's name too. Let's see here. I want to that and paste it here. Owner or name? What do you think?
Name.
Name. All right. Now we're going to do an A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
You skipped F.
Oh, thank you. G, E, F, G, H, I. There we go. All right. Now D02, M13A, P47, and that much of that I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to add the 8, come down here and paste 7, oops, paste, and 7, paste 6, paste 5, paste 4, paste 3, paste 2. Is this right? 78, 76, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 79. Crap. Okay, that's all right.
Sorry, I didn't notice that.
The paste 1. So now what I need to do is take these, and I don't know if I do these all. And yes, okay. Then paste. What happened? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh,
Somehow.
9. So let's cut and then come down to here. Maybe we should have pasted that way. There we go. Paste 8. All right now? Okay. Now we've got Schnalde, Moeller, Wojcik, Jocelyn H. Allen, or Jocelyn Allen H. Jocelyn Allen H. Trust, Madison, Ferrer, Minenberg, Robinson, Giuliani, and that's it for that. And then we're going to have here DB99, say DB991, P15, 340, 29. Whoops, I'm doing it again. I'm missing the first one. All right, so 29 P173. So let's take these three, put them, and then paste them. And that's 991, page 52. All right, 1088, 523.
Need a space there.
Yeah. All right, so 992. 543. 985. 649. You may find it would have been easier to have used Excel, but we'll try it this way for a second. P405. And sorry I'm having to redo it all over again for you here, but there should be, there's probably a way to have copied that. All right, I think that's okay. So if we say okay, now the first line is not a title. Use headers for the column width. No. So we'll say okay. And now let's go back. Let's just come right down here and say, well, let's click over here for a minute. Now, so the title is going to be joiners table, and we'll just make a nice gray background, no totals, header, oops, header, actually title will have black out for data. For header. For title. Okay, table layer. Let's put it on. You already got the joiners. The grid layer, we'll call it joiner grid. Table color will be black. Draw the grid lines. Sure, the grid color, that's fine. No sorting. This header scale is 1/10. Except now remember, we're in paper space. It's wanting to be in ground space. So that was 0.001. 0.001. Header, no totals. Auto split if we need to, we won't need to. And then we should say these, we're also going to say 0.001. That's the symbol that will be centered. District parcel also 0.001, but it will be left justified. The name also 0.001 and left justified. And then finally, debooking page 0.001. Let's leave it as left justified. Say okay. And we'll say okay. Now, there, all right, needs something to do with the table here, guys. Come on. Well, I'm not overly impressed with this as a solution. All right, let's do this the right way. Let's see. See that? Why is it becoming a block? I explode that. All right, let's get rid of these solids. For heaven's sake. All I want are the solids. Don't the lines. Don't the text. Now, okay. All right, so there's my data. I should need it. Let's see. Let's go, Michael, to your Excel. Go ahead out to the desktop and run Excel.
Okay.
We'll try this one more time and do it do it the way we did the last one. It was easier. And I'll just make you a blank workbook and do a save as right now so you know where it's going to be. And you want to put it in your job folder, wherever it is. Over there on the, yeah, just look, there you go. You could be, that could show up. Those are just recents. So just make sure you navigate to it. There you go.
Put it in Carlson.
Wherever you want to keep it, as long as you've got it. All right, so now give it a title. Yeah, just call it adjoiners. Okay. All right, now You might even want to, at some point, get in the habit of, say, maybe calling your overall spreadsheet, you might just want to call it Plat data. And then down here, you make a new sheet, like one says adjoiners, one says develop areas, whatever you have.
We're gonna need an area table, so maybe I should just change the name of that.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Let me delete this one, and we're going to call this one adjoiners. Not that, but here we'll rename this to joiners, except I'm gonna that, and here we're gonna say this one was an area table.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else we need to add to it, we'll add to it later. Now, we had also before, if you remember, you may have
The others that we did,
yeah, that's
I think it's in the, I think I know where it is.
all right. I like that format. I don't want to have to try to, dig up a new one.
Up there. I don't remember where it is. Nope.
No, I don't know that it was the Crawford project. I think it was the point, um, the something point.
Well, the Crawford work folder is your work folder.
Oh, no, no, no. This is in your projects. I remember it was there. Your
Okay,
SHEP.
that would have been, yay, RAI, I think.
Yeah, but it's in what, the SHEP land surveying and mapping or something.
Image reference? No.
No. Yeah, it was under 2020 jobs, and then it was under the job title. There we go. Sir. Well, it wasn't the survey cost. It was maybe under Carlson. Well, RAI and then under Carlson. Or maybe admin. No, maybe it wasn't that job. It didn't strike me as it was that job. Go back to your 2020 jobs folder. I was thinking it was the, oh, what was the one? Was it Lutman? Summit View. That's the one I was thinking of.
I don't think it did table in some of you, but maybe.
And it would have been under either Platts or Carlson or admin. What was the one? No, wasn't under permits there, was it? I doubt it, no. Well, what was another job? Go back up to your 2020 jobs. It must not have been Lutman. What else did we work on?
Okay, but we haven't done very much on it.
No, this is the one that, remember we had those two tables on it.
I'm
Was
pretty
it,
sure that was REI.
was that the concept plan?
No, that was actual Plat.
The one we did, wasn't it a concept plan?
That was what,
Oh gosh.
I don't think we had any tables on it.
Let me see here. Wasn't that? Huh. All right, it wasn't anything here. No. I mean, it wouldn't make sense under that, but maybe you got put in a different.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
All right. Well, let's just see here. Let's look for Excel dot XLSX.
We do some in every file.
Yeah, but if we can find. Well, let's go back to here. Dot XLS.
I think you just have to click that blue button to get it to look for something new.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's going to be too big. I don't want to look that far, but maybe so. All right. I think we might have called it area table too, didn't we?
Maybe.
All right. So there's. Oh, I wonder. I see what might be happening on. You see these drive letters, letter D?
Yeah.
That's like that Microsoft OneDrive, that nasty little thing that it's. All right, let's look. Look here. See, you've got some of those on Backup Plus, but we want to be on this. Nothing under any of this, I don't think. No. So drive C, users, SHAP. Yeah, I'm on the desktop. Where's your 2020 folder? Do you recall where that got stored?
Desktop.
Uh, there's nothing here. I just want to look. It's not showing anything. Wasn't under here. All right, so now it should be there, and we should be able to find .xls. There we go. So now that's got everything. Take a bunch of time. Oh, I just saw an area table, area tabulation. And that is in RAI permits. Okay, so those two. are there. I'm going to open both of them just to have them for examples. There's our area tab. And there's their permits, or waiver and variance rather. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this. And I think we can do that, and we'll call this one what was it called? Waivers and variants.
Okay.
All right. And then we have the area tab. Rename. Area tabulation. Oh, we already had that one here, so we'll just delete that. And I'm going to just put this guy right there. And then we're going to come here and call this where is your project folder? We are right now in
There it is, Crawford.
this one here.
Yeah.
James Crawford. I thought you had like some Carlson folders and all that in it, I guess. Oh, there it is. There we go. And we're going to call this table, instead of a joiner table, we're going to call it Plat tables. So just be one spreadsheet, and then you'll take as we need it from each of those, okay? And to keep the confusion down, I'm going to go back to that and get rid of that one. All right, now from here we had copy that, and I'm going to just paste it here just so we've got some things. Let's see here. Sit there. All right, now these we will turn off our word wrap, if I can get this to come up. And this is going to say, and then we have here a symbol, and we had go,
District map and parcel.
yeah, district map parcel. And this one we had name.
Page, yeah, name, right.
And then we had one more, and here we called that deed book page. All right. Now this one we're going to unmerge. And we're going to set the right-hand border of that column to be that skinny one. And we're going to set everything right hand format cells. We're going to say this for those, and we're going to say this for that. That and that, except I think it's that, and that. There we go. And then we're going to it's enough tables. Let's say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Insert that one more. And we'll start with A. And we will undo that. There's A. I think we have to give it an example in Excel if I remember correctly. Oh, come on. There's a key that you got to hold down, and I don't remember it. Is it Control? Oh, those are all going to be A. Maybe it's Shift. Well, by the time I remember it, right now, let's see what I can do over here. Probably not what I'm wanting to, but we'll see. Oh, sure enough. Okay. Let's see. Can I straighten that up? How about we undo that, undo that. Oh, for goodness sake. It just keeps getting smaller and smaller. Object. Um, Wish I could crop this thing. Let me see. Uh, wow, it maintains a full link back to IntelliCAD. Well, come on, Microsoft. Let's just close. I don't want to close that. That's what I want now. See, what I want to do is crop that, but it's not letting me. Let's see. All I want is to be able to read this. All right, it's D02 M13A. All right, this is, I'm not going to be able to
I can
read
read it
this.
to you if you want to do that.
Yeah, let's just do that. That'd be so much simpler. All right, so A is going to be
D2,
D2 or 02.
D02,
Okay,
map 13A, parcel 479.
that, yeah, and then that actually, it starts here as D02 M13A parcel 471, right?
Yeah.
Now there's, see that's increasing, but I want to decrease it. All right, so copy, paste, 78. So now, there we go. Perfect. Okie doke. Names.
SCHNALDE,
Okay.
Mower, WOICIK, Madison, Ferrer, MININVERG, Robinson, Giuliani, GIULIANI.
We've left out Roslyn.
Left out who?
Roslyn Allen H. Trust.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That was 476.
That goes up to 476. So there we go. And then I'm going to put her back right there.
No, no, it's up one. Madison comes down.
Oh, okay. Well, ah. All right, now let's copy the formatting. And these folks will all be left. We'll give them a left. All right, what did we have? So with joiners. All right. Now give me the deeds and pages.
991.52.
Wait, I'm sorry, 991?
Yeah, yes. Page 52.
Okay.
991. Page 55. 1215. Page 340. 1229. Page 173. 1088. Page 523. 523.
Oh, wait, yeah, are you still there?
Yeah. You hear me?
Michael?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't hear you. Hold on. Are you still there?
I am.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you anymore.
Page 523.
All right.
Book 992. No, you have to go down one line.
Oh, sorry. All right, there we go.
992. Page 543. 992, 543,
Done. That. All right.
985, 649, 1220, page 405, 1035, page 506.
All right. Now, we'll save that. And here, I'm going to let you drive now. So if you if you click the mouse up there where it says a joiner's table, and then paint down to the lower right with the mouse held down.
Left click.
Yep. You're trying to select everything, like, and all the way down over to the right now to make sure you're sitting in that. Now, up, click there and just paint it all the way down like that. Yeah, yep. Right, one more over just a little bit, just so, yeah. No, not another. Yeah, like that right there. I think you have to have that plus mark over that when you let go of the mouse.
Okay.
Now right click and choose copy. Now back to Carlson. And let's escape. Let me see here a second before let's clear the decks. We're going to get rid of that. And we want to get rid of this giant monstrosity. And now we can actually get rid of this too. Okay, now you right click and, or not right click, just, yeah, just press escape. You're trying to select something now. Just, okay, now right click and choose clipboard paste. Oh man, what is going on? All right, press escape. Let me try one more time. If we right click and choose clipboard. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead now, paste special. And you want to choose that Microsoft Excel, that's fine. And say okay. And looks like it's going to be too big to fit in that side, so maybe scroll out and let's put it down underneath it or someplace. Yeah. I'd line it, yeah. You know, and you can arrange those to make them, you know, make your tops and stuff consistent across, you know, any of the tables that you use.
Okay.
All right. So that took care of those. Yeah, hit your save.
Let me go back to the Excel sheet and save it to.
Yeah.
I can close that now, right?
Yes. And now you'll need to go back and do the same thing with area tabulation.
Yeah,
Uh,
sure we will.
So
Okay,
do you have that?
let's do it on the Plat. So I'll just minimize this for a minute.
Yeah.
What I need to say on the Plat here is this is actually 15. Well, let me ask you this question first. This font is the same as these joiners fonts because I did a cut and paste.
Yeah. Okay.
Should they actually be something different than a joiner's font?
I would make them so, yes, because they should be.
How do I do that? Double click on it?
Well, you can just select it once. Just click once. Now it's it's what they call multi-line text or M text. So that's good. So now look over in the properties and you see where it says style is a joiners.
Yes.
Go to them, pull that down and see if there's one that says, probably title main or title, some of those may or may not be good. I'll tell you what, escape this for a minute and let's go look at your, oh, by the way, let's turn this thing back off.
Next over here.
Well, here's, oh, sorry, selection filter, boom, there we go. Now, let's go up here to the little layer manager. And let's choose on the left-hand side, text styles. And let's probably make us a new, unless we see one there that we like. Looks like notes is fine, standard is fine, but so right now, let's make, where, I don't see a joiners. Where's, oh, there it is up the top. Okay, yeah. And it has a 12, all right. So now it's using, that adjoiners is using a 12-degree obliquing angle. I see right here. Okay, that's basically the amount of italics,
Right.
but it's also because it has an SHX after it. That is a CAD font, so they're not actually. It's not like it's a true type font. So how about let's come down and let's make us a new one. So I'm going to let you click the new button on the left up the top and just call it, main owner or main parcel or whatever you want to call it. That's something that you'll recognize. Okay. And now over there under the font name, pull that down and choose, I don't know if you want it as Arial or if you want it as something different from that. It's up to you.
Well, let's see what Arial looks like.
Well, Arial is like what's in the tables and the notes and all of that.
Yeah,
So
and I like that. I just don't know if it'll be too overpowering on the.
oh, I see. It's not, it wasn't that you didn't know what Arial looked like. You don't know what it's going to look like in context. Okay.
Right.
All right. So that's really all you need to do at this point. And
click on it, make it.
Well, you can. It makes it current, but you don't have to make it current.
Okay.
I see it's now, if you look at, see, main text is Arial. Standard is also Arial. So there's no difference in those two. So we could have just made it standard. But if you want to make this, something, not just a different font, but you could say make it bold or even italic, So this is where you set these italics. If you're using anything that says SHX, you have to set your italic as an angle.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Let's see what bold looks like.
All right, let's turn the italic off. If I can, I guess, put it back to regular and then bold. All right, now close that with the X up in the corner and then select that text and choose the style. You got to select it first over there and then choose its property and make it main instead of a joiners where it says style right there. Yeah, pull that down and choose main text or whatever it's called. Okay. And you can also make it a little higher, a little taller if you want to make it instead of 0.1, if you want to make it 0.125. That will make it 1/8 of an inch tall instead of 1/10 of an inch. So to help it stand out a little bit. Okay.
And
just hit enter. There you go. And then you might move it up a little off of the acreage label. There you go. And then you might want to, I don't know, if you want that acreage to be part of that label, you can either type it over again or you can,
Well, we're gonna have to do something else with that because this parcel right now. Let me escape for a minute.
all right. Whoop, what happened to the text?
I don't know.
Its style is main text. Okay. Style is main text. Oh, I see. It was set here with a specific font. Um, a second. If I change this to notes. Come on, Carlson. It's not Carlson, it's IntelliCAD. All right, now, sometimes you have to change these to something and then change them back. And then sometimes you have to actually edit the text. So let's edit. First of all, we've got a blank line in it. So take out the blank line, select all the text, change its style to main text, and boom, there we go. Okay,
Okay.
so now what was your question or your next thing?
Well, we need to do the same thing to this one. So let me do that.
Okay,
If I can do it. Well, do I do it the same way you just did that one? Double click on it.
yeah, you'll have to change the text because you see there's a, you have to select all the text first of all.
It is selected except for the.
No, it's not. It is gray, but it's not selected. When it's selected, it goes green in this editor. To cancel. There you go. Start on the lower right or upper left, either one. Paint down and across. There you go. Now, up there where it says adjoiners, pull that down. Nope, oh, right there. Switch it to main text. Let me see if it changes the font while it does this. Okay. Yes, it did. Now that's fine. Just say okay, and then over in the properties, change its height if you want that to be 0.125. Okay. Now, is Crawford and Cruel, are those, well, I see, it's because of the width of the lot. Okay.
Yeah, there are two husband and wife who kept their.
Yeah, separate name. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Now let me tell you what's going on here. These folks own this parcel, which is 5 acres in size.
okay.
Uh, she is their daughter, and she is getting from them another 2 3/4 acre parcel. So
Okay.
right now, their property is actually this plus this. Uh, so I need to put what the total acreage is here before the merger, what's being merged, and then the acreage after merger. And this is merger, and then this is the same thing, area before merger, merger, area after merger.
Yeah, and that's going to go in your table too, right? Or is that only need to go in the table?
Well, it can probably just go in the table,
Okay.
uh, but I don't think it makes it as, this is something I don't agree with the planning commission staff about. They think it needs to go in the table because it makes it clearer. I don't. I think if you tabulate it on the face of the plat, that makes it clear. But
Yeah, I would agree that removes the ambiguity. Now, are these just, see, this is
they
not,
came from the annotate area.
aha,
I mean,
okay. So to move that around, we have to go back out here we have to go back into the model. So you'd have to double click in there and then you can line it up in there. Okay. So just take it and just grab one of those grips and move it. There you go, like that. And so now, because that's keyed to the geometry,
yeah,
what we want to do is we're going to put some additional text on it. Now, first of all, it is just text, even though it's keyed to the geometry. So we could, you can just double click it and start typing text if you know, and I would leave it in the font that it's in. I think that would be fine, unless, well, I was going to say we don't have to make it as big and bold as the owners, but you still might want it to stand out a little bit.
yeah.
So now remember you're in the model, so you're actually talking about ground distances on height. So if you double click that text, it's probably, yeah, it's just single line text. And I see over in the properties, see it has no, well, actually there's nothing selected because you're editing the text. So if you go out to the right, see now this is all selected, it's green. So if you run the cursor to the right or click on it to the right of the numbers, no, well now, yeah, double click it. All right, now click to the right of the 3. All right, so now you're in the text and that's where you would start entering, but you want to go to the right of that now. So press the arrow key until you're to the right of the S and then put space before merger or whatever.
That's actually after merge.
After merger, okay. So you would do whatever you want it to say. Okay.
Escape.
Yeah, actually you can hit enter even if you want to, and then hit enter one more time to finish. Okay, so that's,
I think I
that
would
is,
like to make that a little bit bolder.
okay.
How about if I made it Arial but didn't increase the size any?
You could do that. Or just, see right now it's a piece of single line text. It's not paragraph type text.
Okay.
We probably want to make it paragraph type text anyway. So what we're going to do is actually convert it to text.
Okay.
Or to MText. So if you if you right click it, I'm sorry, not right click it, if you select it and then go up to the Express Tools menu and under text, you see the somewhere it says,
Text.
yes. All right, so now select it again. We have to fix it. Now take there's a couple of properties we need to change here. Over in the properties, you see it says style is Roman C and the justify says top center. So you want to change that style to be your main text or whatever. Or maybe even just standard, because standard is Arial, but it won't, you know, it's the same. All right, so there's standard. And now the justify, instead of being center justified, you're probably going to want that to be right or I'm sorry, left justified. So top left, which is, you have to scroll the little thing up. There you go. All right. Now, also see where it says color is by layer up there at the top and its own layer adjoiner. First of all, if you just change the layer, because it needs to be on a different layer than a joiner. maybe on boundary or whatever. I don't know what you've got, what you call these. Yeah. Well, boundary's red. Um, and that's probably okay. I think that's going to be we'll take a look at that in a minute. Let's leave it like that. Okay.
Okay.
Now click off or press escape and let's
I need to
double
change
click.
this acreage to all caps.
Yeah, we'll do that. Just double click it and let's edit it. All right, so now roll in with your mouse so you're zoomed in. You can see the text bigger. There you go. So now double click that word acres and just retype it with the caps on. What? Okay, there you go. All right. So now if you, yeah, let's see, let's sort of let's get it about a good comfortable size. And let's double click it now and then click right here to the left of that 15. And let's say, now it's how many acres before merger?
Um,
And that, if that's the way you want to say it, do you want to do that or do you want to put it after that line?
um, Probably give the acres before the merger, and I have to calculate that. Um, I have to back out a little bit,
Okay.
do some old-fashioned addition here. Let me get my calculator out.
It's 723 plus the 234.11. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see, it's 15, 15, 15.5723 plus 2.3 17. So now I can type.
Yep. Now, if you ever get a situation where the thing starts to wrap like that,
Yeah.
grab those arrows and stretch it out to get. Now you've got a blank line in here. Is that?
I'm gonna put what's being merged.
I got you. Okay.
What was that?
234.11.
Oops.
Okay. Now you might want to do this, Michael. If let me see here. On all three of these lines, I'm going to set this up to have a so I don't know if I can get I can't tell that it's a decimal in there or not. I don't think so. Well, it should be. Let me see something. If I, well, let's see. I was hoping to make that a decimal tab, but it's not going to let me. Let me see. Here's another option. If we make it a, let me get rid of that one.
I'm not sure what a decimal tab is. What is that?
Well, I'll show you here in just a second. That a decimal tab is when you hit the tab key, it runs over to wherever you set the tab, and then it waits for you to type a decimal, and then the decimal will align, and then it starts going off. Then it locks it down, and everything up until you hit the decimal is to the left of it, and everything afterwards is to the right.
I see.
It's a way to line up numbers on the decimal point,
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm saying.
you can't line this stuff up with spaces because it's a proportionally spaced font. So we have a left tab, a centering tab, and a right tab. Left, center, right. See, I can't tell what that one is. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to switch it to a right tab, and we're going to place a right tab right here. And we're going to start at the front of the line. Whoops, I guess I gotta be on all three lines here. Now, if I set a right-hand tab right there, and if I now come in here and click to the left of that one and I hit the tab key, whoops, oh, this thing is so slow. I think that's a right tab. Let me see, where is my mouse? Where's my cursor?
Hard to see when you get inside that gray.
All right, so there. And then there, and then there. Let me see what that'll do. Let me see. Well, first of all, let's fix this red for a minute. It's hard to see the red. And that has to do with the fact that we don't have this color table. See, it says it's missing.
Yeah.
Because when you upgraded it, it's in a different location. So what we got to do is go find that, and it is, I'll show you where it is. It's not something that you need to worry about remembering, but it is under your user, Shep. Oh, and we've got to say, show hidden items. Okay, and then the user Shep. I want my application data. Well, maybe they put it in a different place. Let's see here, support. Yeah, it's in a different place. All right, so it's in support. All right, so it's under print styles and support, but that was for 2020, which is what I thought. We could have that. All right, hang on a sec.
Do we just change boundary to a different color?
Well, you could, but you'll be chasing colors all day long. I'd like to keep it that way so you can see it when you're in the model space. You can keep it separate. What I need to do is this. Until I get options. There we go. Files. we want to look for support paths, and it is under print styles. It's under user ship app data. That's what I was looking for under roaming. All right, so under users shep, there it is. It didn't show up last time. Roaming Carlson. Now Carlson 20 has under here the support directory. Under print styles, there's your file. So I'm going to just, and there's your field style table. I think I'll grab it just to be certain, except I can't get it to select right there and there. Well, if I copy that, and that was in 2020, and now I'm going to go to 2021 and go under print styles and put it here. So I'll paste it there. And I'm going to go back here and copy, and then go back to here and paste. And that should do that. And now when we do this, it is no longer missing, you see. We'll display print styles, we'll say okay. Actually, we did not even need to do that. We could have simply said regen all. And now it's black. Okay, now I want to get this set up with I want to go to there and have a right tab stop. Wow. That looks like a decimal. All right, now, if that is a decimal tab stop, if I do that and that and that, except these lines, all three now need to have, oh, they all three need to have, not this one, but that one with the little dot, and we'll put the decimal right there. Keeps all right, so the second spot. So if I select all three and drag this guy to right there. Okay, finally. Now, so you see what what that tab stop did
Yeah,
is it lined up the decimals, okay?
yeah,
So now you can position that however you need to position it. Now, here's the thing to understand about this, because that text was still, it was the result of that computation.
yeah,
If you go back, because you had this turned on in general settings, you say link line or labels with line work.
yeah,
If you would go back and to rearrange anything about that line work that calculated that area, it's going to throw away this stuff and redraw, you know, what you have in that other default setting.
okay,
Okay, so just be aware of that when it happens now, um, or if it should happen. You know, now that you're labeling it, you should be fine. In fact, you could even, I think, we could remove extended entity data from here and here, and now it won't react to it. Okay, now we need to do that same thing here. So it's going to be 7.3411.
yeah,
All right, so let's also remove extended entity data from that one as well. Okay, so we're going to match the style of this to this. Do we need to do the same thing with this or not?
yes,
Say again?
yes, we do.
Okay. So let's match the styles, and we might need to put a leader to label into that side. I'm not sure how we'll do it, but and do we need a parcel hook?
No, the last time they made me take out a parcel hook, so.
Okay, all right. So to match properties so that the font and all that, it becomes the same, if you go to the, see the little paintbrush in the top line of icons,
Uh,
right under the word settings in the menu.
under the word what?
Settings, in the settings menu, right under, yeah, right there, yeah. So you want to match properties, and so you click once on the thing you're going to take from, so you're going to click on that bottom one right there. Keep coming down. Right, yeah, see? So that's where you want to copy the properties from. Nope, you got to click on it. You got to go back to it. Go back to it. Now click left. Okay, now it says select entities to copy to. So you want to go over there and click the 2.34 and then the 5.00. Now hit enter to finish.
That's
Okay.
interesting that under 2021, that description comes up with the cursor.
Well, it could do it under 2020 as well. You just had it turned off. Do you like it or do you want it to go away?
I don't know. Let me keep it on for a while.
Yeah, okay. Now, you know, also because you still have 2020 installed, if you ever need to, you can go back to that, all right?
All right.
So just keep that in mind. And this file will open up in that other version, so it's not like it's a problem. Now,
I just copy this and put it under there.
say again. No.
Copy
Oh,
that and put it under there. That's what's being merged.
oh, no, we need to turn them into MTEX and then we'll edit them.
Okay.
So go up to your Express Tools menu, the Express Tools menu, all the way to the right. Well, come right there. And text and text to MText or multi-line. So we click the one and then click the other one. Now hit enter. Okay. Now let's go back one more time and let me see.
You only did one of them, I think.
Yeah, there we go. Now we got to match our properties again. Um, so, because apparently there was a setting that messed up the color or something. I don't know. All right, so there's that, and I'll stretch this out a little bit. Actually, I think we're going to wind up needing to leader that in there. Let's see. All right. So if we take all of this, I'm going to take.
Let me see if there's a way we can cut down on the verbiage there. How about if I said 17.912 acres existing?
Okay.
Well, that doesn't take much out. That doesn't.
Yeah, you're still left with the line. And it to be merged or to be conveyed, or what would you?
Well, they make you they make them put the word merge in the
Okay.
deed.
All right, that's fine. It's okay. Let's leave it like it is. But what I want to do is just cut down on the typing here for a minute. So I'm just gonna copy that. So I borrowed that. And now this is the beforehand.
That's what's being merged.
Do we need to like will we need this kind of thing? And I need to go from that and make it left justified. And I need to put a tab right there. And then I need to make sure all three of these lines has a, see that little,
We aren't going to need two of those lines. We're only going to need one line for that parcel. This is
all right.
2.3411 acres to be merged.
Okay. All right. So we're going to take that third line out. All right. So it's, there we go.
Yeah, no, yeah. Just take the first line out.
Uh, okay. No, remember, I just copied this text. So it's actually going to be 8 or it's going to be 0 acres after merger, right?
Well, we don't say what that is after merger.
All right. So what does this skinny lot need to say?
2.3411 acres to be merged.
And it's only one line.
Well, it could be in more. I mean, it looks like it's going to fit better in more than one line.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean it's one statement. Let's say
Yeah.
that's what I was meaning. Merged with a D. And now, so this we can do a number of ways. We can either leader into it, or we can see if we can't position it and then select our little, wow, it went back to being a single piece of text. No, it's in text. That's what I was looking at. All right, so I want to get rid of this. And we'll get rid of that tab. And we'll say like that. That'll work. Will that be sufficient? You don't think that's too crowded?
No, I think that's good. Then we just probably need to put a leader arrow going to the right.
For this one, you mean?
No, a leader coming from this arrow with an arrow pointing this way, so it's clear which way we're merging.
Oh, I see. Not, we're not saying this label, we're not saying that those numbers apply to this over here. We're saying that's the merger. Okay.
Right.
Now, to draw an arrow is, that arrow is called a leader,
Right.
and it's part of the dimensioning system. So if you go to the draw menu and all the way at the bottom, very last one, it says dimensions, and then go to the right, and there's your leader. Okay, now that's one way to do it directly off of that. You can also probably, let's see, it might be easier. And I don't know what this, I don't know where it is. This guy, let me see this second. This guy right here, that's not really a leader. That's just doing a line. So the arrow size, oh boy. Well, let's take it by default. We'll go this way.
Wrong way.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that and kill that. And I'm also going to sit on this layer. I'm going to make that my current. There we go. Now, so this will keep you from having to dance through all the dimensioning stuff. If you choose that arrowhead with lines, I'll let you go ahead and do that. And apparently it starts at the arrowhead and goes back the other way. Nope, 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 nope. It's just that, just the icon.
Oh,
Let me see if I can find you the, because it's not an image. It's not text, not symbols. Oh, it must be here. There it is. So here's where they are. And it was that icon that I picked from the toolbar, but you can do it from here as well. It's under draw leader. Whereas before that I was showing you draw dimensions is the way you used to do it with the dimensioning system, but this will be easier. Okay.
the arrowhead with line.
Yep. And so,
Arrow side.
yeah, and that's ground distance, and that was fine the way it showed up, I think.
Okay. So hit enter.
Yes. Now I would be careful if you're snapping. So, okay.
Okay.
Now enter to end, like it says. There you go. All right. One thing I noticed when you're asked to pick a point and all that stuff, I noticed your that selection box is really huge. Is that intentional or
No.
okay? Let me set that down for you a little bit, and let me also let's change that to. Does it have a rotation? It's a little skewed looking. Let's see. Oh, by the way, that we were talking about that when you say you see that prompt that comes up.
Yeah.
That's called dynamic input. And you see the icon down here on the toolbar that looks like the cursor with a field under it. That's what that is.
Okay.
That's where you turn that on and off. Now, let me see the settings for this. Extension is on. Okay. I'm going to see if I can't. Yeah. That's a little closer to horizontal. Now, if you want to get that giant selection box out of there, let me. That's good.
I don't think I do like that thing turned on. I think it's a distraction.
Okay. Then we just simply turn it off with a double click there. All right. Now, the pick box. Let's look under our options. These are IntelliCAD options, and it's under selection cycling or selection cycling. Let me see, display. Cursor options, pointer crosshair. Let's give that a little bigger. Gun sight, that's okay. Now that's the crosshairs, not the selection box. Display grips, prompt box transparency, recent travelers, display prompt boxes. Would have thought it would have been in there. All right, so if we snap, here it is. The snap cursor is 13 pixels. Let's set that down to 6 and 6. Let's see if that works. Now, if we type like P line, yeah, see how now it's much smaller?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, that's a quick save. And now we'll do one more of these with this guy. Oh. Wow. And we're going to select it all and go left, justified. We're going to put a tab there and change that to a decimal. That dot makes it a decimal tab. And we'll put it right there. Okay, so there's the first line. And I'll say okay for just a moment. And we'll come back over here and just copy it all just to get some working material. Then we'll come over here and I'm going to come down a line and I'll Control V to paste. So now there's all the numbers from the other one. We'll adjust it accordingly. There they are all lined up. We may want to run into we may want to fix some of this in a minute. All right, so it's 5 acres before the merger, correct? All right, so we'll make that and 2.3441, and then this becomes 7.3411 after merger. That's correct.
Yep.
All right, now, if we do this to make it fit width-wise, can we use AC or do we have to spell it out?
No, we could use AC, but if we do that, we probably change it on all the others.
Yeah. Do you like to use a period?
I don't care.
All right, so we can save. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at it and see which we prefer, because it's not that much room to.
You know, somehow that one put a period.
I did. I said we can take a look at it and see, because it's
Okay,
not
yeah.
that much room. I think we can use it.
I think it looks good with the period.
Yeah, I think so too. And you want to say, let me see, do we want to say pre-merger, post? No, that's fine. All right. So they didn't give us a whole lot, but we can do the same thing here. Let's see, let me take that acres. Oh, I see. All right, so that looks good for that. Now this one, and there's a couple things. We could turn the text so it's vertical, reads up the page, but that's, I don't know if you want to do that or not.
I don't know. I've never liked that on Plats.
Yeah.
Why don't we see if we can shrink it by moving the.
Well, I think what we can do is something like this. Um, and you could, landing content first options. All right, so if I say here to here, wow, it's just,
What happened to the arrowhead?
well, the reason I was getting that was to get that that horizontal lander. But let me set the options up here. Let's see. Leader type, straight, spline, or non-straight. Leader landing. All right, use a landing, yes. A fixed landing distance. Let's call it 5. Let's call it 15. Let's call it 20. Because you're a 200 scale, right?
Yeah.
All right. First angle, second angle, exit options. And specify the leader arrowhead location. So it'll be from here. Next leader point is here. I got everything but the arrowhead. Maybe it's a little big. So now we have a way of labeling this. Oh dear, did I put that? Oh, crap. All right, still there. All right, so it's here if I'm trying to, problem is there's no real place to put it without running into stuff. Maybe like that. I don't know. Do you want to do that, or do you want to do something like this, where we could just let it straddle, but then that puts the property line right through the numbers.
Yeah, and we still have to dimension the property line.
Yeah, so let's leave it off to the side. Oh well, the property lines are going to be this new outside line, right?
Say again?
Are you going to put the meets and bounds around this?
They're gonna make me.
Yeah. So, but you won't need to do this interior line, or would you?
No, they'll make me do that too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, one thing I will tell you, looking at this right now, you're going to need a line note up here.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
don't
going
have I don't have an individual line in there, I don't think. I go directly from 2012 to 202.
I see. Okay, so that's just for the
That's more
adjoining.
like a departing line. In fact, I'm going to delete that 216 and the 209 because
Okay,
neither of those are really points.
I
Well, they
see.
are points, but they're not going to be shown on the flat.
Right. Okay. So now
Now it
that,
looks like there are 2 points where there's 208.
yeah, you sure are. There's 208 is the one.
206, is that a 6 in there? 200.
200.
So let me inverse between 208 and 200 and see what the difference is.
All right.
Okay, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
100th.
yeah. So which one already had the label? It was 208, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. We can find that out just by double clicking the label, which brings up the point. So that would be 208. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's delete 200.
All right. I'll let you do that. You remember how to do those, right? Um, and you might want to do it so instead of taking a risk on picking something incorrectly, do it from the menu. Go to the points menu. And you want to delete or erase points. There you go. And follow your prompts. And now you do not want to take it out of your coordinate file. You'll leave it, but you do want to remove the symbol and remove it from the drawing. There you go. Nice and clean.
Okay. Then I want
All
to
right.
do the same thing with this.
Yeah. See, that's the other thing you can do is if you can pick it, you just select it and give it like 216.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just select it and hit the delete key. Now it's still in your coordinate file, so don't worry about that.
Right now I understand.
Yeah, good.
Copy.
But what about that 1 and 214 or 212 and all that? Well, you know what they are. You can clean those up as you need. Okay.
Right. Uh, so I guess now maybe do the area table. What happened to our table down here?
Just regen all, I think, or double click outside of that and then regen all. Yeah.
Okay, now we've got to do an area table. And
All right.
somewhere I have an area table that they've done that they like on one of our examples. I don't remember where it is.
Well, remember we did that in the spreadsheet on that other one, remember?
Yeah.
So let's go back to Excel. I'll let you do that. There you go.
It's actually on this spreadsheet, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, let me see if these have lot numbers. That's an interesting question. I think they do. I think we need to put lot numbers on it. Yeah. Okay. So double click in this to get into the
No,
spreadsheet.
no, no. Forget about your CAD stuff at the moment. Right now, you're just in Excel. So go ahead and click in there and change your numbers that you want. And then when we're done, we're going to say, we're going to copy and paste.
Well, I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to create some. I'm going to have to say uh, lot 3 and lot 5, and then existing acreage, merger acreage. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. All right.
Think
So
about how I need
yeah,
to do that.
yeah. Just think about how you want to lay it out. Then we'll insert columns as we need.
Okay.
So right now, yeah, what do you have? A lot something or other. And do you have another lot or is it just the two?
No, they're just the two.
Okay. Um, and you need headings, like do you need to say before merger, after
Yes.
merger?
Right.
Okay, so sit in that number 2 on the left-hand side of where the row number is and right click and insert. Okay. There you go. That's fine. Now, what we want to do though is, you see, it brought the format from the top row down. We want to sit here and let's copy, and then we'll sit here and whoops, let's do the whole thing. And we will paste special, and it's one of these. It's formatting. Oh, crap. Undo that. Let's do that. Paste, formatting. Oh, what's going on? Hang on a second. Let's just do this. and do it down there so it does it that way. Now, so is that right so far?
Yeah.
What lot goes here?
Um, let's see. Uh, maybe existing area.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I'm sorry. You said there's only the two lots. So this will be you want to call it parcel or just call it lot?
Lot number, maybe.
Lot number. All right, we'll leave it like that. And then this will be
Area. Next one would be before merger.
and then we say after merger.
Right.
Do we need to do it to be merged or anything out of that? No, probably not.
Yeah. Uh,
Let's take formatting. Sort of messing this up right now, but we'll come back to that in a second. All right. So what is it that we want to say? We want to say the lot number, and we can actually just since we have the title, we'll take that out and just leave it as 5. 3. See, right now I've got 3 columns. I have one that says area, one that says before merger, one that says after merger. It's really not 3 columns.
right. Right.
One is just it's just before merger and after merger, and they're both areas. Now we can do that with this. We can call this area before merger, and this one is the area after merger. This actually just goes away, and these two things just move into here, and this set of things we're going to allow to word wrap, and this and this will be centered. This and this will be centered, and okay, let's do it like this. So instead of just a space, we're going to do I think that's supposed to be an alternate enter. There we go. And then this one, yeah, and then that way if this opens up, it will, yeah, that's what I was after. Okay. So then alternate enter. Okay.
What are you calling that? Alternate?
Yes. Instead of it's like, so if you just put spaces there,
Yeah.
it can break anywhere it wants. But when you do an alt enter, it breaks it even if it's not supposed to.
Okay.
All right. So that sets those two things up. We can tighten that back down. It doesn't need to be so big. We'll make this left, and we'll take this, and we've got plenty of real estate right now. And let's do that also. And then finally, we will put the skinny line on the bottom, the fat line on the right and left. And this we're going to make right indented, but with a little bit of a space there. And then I'm going to put in a wee little column here. The left, none of that, none of that. There. And now we have that sort of looking like we like it. I'll take these two and merge, and these two and merge. And now we'll be able to let it do the math. So I want to see what that width is. 9.14. We'll copy that. We'll make that the same as this one. Paste that. Okay. And this, if we I want this to be not quite so spread apart vertically. Let's see if I can do something here. Yeah, can't really do it. No need to worry about it. All right, so now what are our numbers, Mike?
Well, the area number 3 is 5.0000.
All right, so that's just 5. Uh, these and whoops, this and this. I don't know what this is. Not work. It's not my mouse isn't. I should be able to select these also, but apparently I can't. It must be something to do with Zoom. Um, but in any case, I'm going to set those to be here. Let's see if that was 1. That will be dink. Let's see, dink, 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 and that's right. And then this one should be format right with an indent. As should this be. Right with an, okay, yeah. And you can also do decimal tabs in there, but I'm not going to do a whole lot about that. And I'm also set the there we go. Now, all right, so 3 was 5.0.
Drawing to see what it is. I don't have it memorized.
All right. So there was the 5. What this is 3
Yes,
and this is 5.
yes.
All right, so 3 was 5 and then 2.344. Oh, wait a minute, no. Do we need another column to
Um,
be merged or not? Or just leave it?
let's leave it and see what they say because I've
Okay,
got it on the face of the Plat anyway.
got it.
They
All
may
right.
make me come back with it.
Okay. All right, so this one is, so 5 is 17.9123. So that will be 17.9123. And then that totals up our total. Except, no. Uh, before, so that's a total of the 2 lots.
Yeah.
Now that,
The second will be a total of the 2 lots too, hopefully. Hopefully
yeah,
it's 3.
but this 23411 is included in this 17. There we
Yes.
go. Okay, so 15, 57, 23. And then 7.3411. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then we copy, paste. Hmm. Did I mistype? 15, 57, 23. So there's 4, 3. That's 3 and 2. Yeah. Well, what do you think?
Um,
There's obviously something wrong with the number somewhere.
well, there's probably another decimal point. You take it out to 5 decimal points, it would probably explain it.
Not so sure. This should be straightforward math. 1791.23. 2.3411. Subtract should be 1557.12, not 57.23. The remainder for lot 5.
Yeah.
Should be 1557.12. So either the 1791.23 or the 234.11, one of those two numbers is wrong. I mean, it's too big a difference right now. Let me save this for a second, and let's take a look at something here. If I am in here and if I select, that's a line itself. It's a line itself. That's that total. All right. So let me go over to here for a minute. I am going to do, let's just draw a polyline. And I just put this on layer 0, and I'm just going to go from here to here to here to here. Is this a straight line or is that a bend on the line?
It's a straight line.
All the way out.
Yeah.
And then close. Okay, now I'm going to move the last thing from here to here. Okay. Now I'm going to draw a line from here to here to here to here to here to close. And I'm going to move that. Let's see, last. I'll just move it over to here. And then finally, I'm going to draw from here to here to here to here, close, move last, move last over to here, and then just as a gut check, we're going to go from here to here to here to here to here to here and close. And we're going to go from here to here to here to here to here, close up. See something right there. This, there's a bend right there. So I need to add right there. There we go. All right. Now we're going to move last to here. And then we're going to move this guy from here. This guy from here to here. All right. So calculators at the ready. If I look at this, I look at its properties and I see it has an area of 217,800.71, 217,800.71, 43,560. Divide, that's 5.0000. Okay, that part's good. This part is 10, 1979. 0.32 to 3411. That part's good. 678 335 1557.24. All right, so there's a possible 1/10,000th of an acre difference. And I realize some or one or more of these numbers may have come from a deed description. Is that possibly the case?
Uh, maybe,
All right.
but
So this one is 319,780.03, 73411. So that's right. 23411, 5, 73411. That's all good. And this number, or this one, is 314. 1791.36. Yeah, see that number?
okay, I just added that wrong.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go back and double check it. And that's what the spreadsheet is helpful in that regard.
Right.
All right, so we're double clicked
Okay.
in here. And we'll call that 36. Do we want that 5723 or 5724? Technically, it's 24 by geometry, but I don't know if it comes from a deed or something. No, it's after the merger. So
Look, that doesn't, if you just subtract those two numbers from each other on the plat, it's
one
gonna
from
be
6.5.
25.
Yeah. Hmm. Now I went to endpoints. Are all these endpoints at the points, right? They're not
Well,
nothing's
I've made a mistake.
yeah, nothing's trimmed off. That's what I
No,
okay, right here's where I may have missed something. You see that point right there?
yeah,
That was, I think, your uh one of those departure lines. So when I went from here to here, I bypassed that point. That's where the round off difference is. All right.
okay,
So if I do this, if I select this, let me see, if I select this and this, wait, why is that? If I select that and that, why am I select that and wow, this is not, that's part of why I can't select. See, if I select, if I click on one thing, I keep losing. Ah, I see. There we go. Daggone it. All right, so if I select this and this, okay. Now I'm going to come up here to this little toolbar and I'm going to isolate just those two things. Well, uh,
Maybe close it without saving it and then opening it again.
let me see. What are these? Oh, it's quite all right. These are just, and that happened because they were linked to those points. Okay. So that's no problem. Now, so if I select this and this and this, and now isolate. Okay. So this should be, that should be the remainder, this area here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so if I do an area by interior point, $1557.23. Okay, I'll just take that out. All right. And if I isolate this, this, and if I choose this area, that's 23411, correct. This is 5000. That's correct. All right, I have no problem with that. Now, let's isolate this, 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 and this. And we'll pick area by interior point here. And that's 1791.34. And that makes your 234.11 work.
Yeah.
All righty then. And isolate all of that, go back to our plat, come back to our spreadsheet. We have 1791.34. And that then becomes 91.34, 91.34. So that's 1557.23, 734.11. Perfect. That's good. We save that. We come back and fix this. We double click inside, make sure we are in it. We are. We double click here. We go 1791.34. 2, 34, 11, 15, 57, 23. All is right with the world. 1 from 4 is 3, 1 3 is 2. Good. 20, 34, 11. 5.0, 7, dot, 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 dot. Okay. Now, you are up with your area table, and that area table, I believe, will fit under the general notes if that makes sense to put it there.
Yeah.
It's up to you. So I did save your spreadsheet. Let me save your drawing before we get too far there. There we go. All right, your spreadsheet is saved. Let's make this not quite so tall. All right, so now show me if you remember how. Okay. No. Yeah, you don't need to paint it out. You just, yeah, there you go. Just right click. Now that copy there is a CAD copy. So you want to look for, remember what you're doing when you copy and paste on the computer. It goes to, there you go. And it's going to be not just a paste, but you have to do something special with it because it's a spreadsheet. Perfect. Yep. There you go. Look at that. Nice looking set of Plat so far there, buddy.
Yeah,
Okay.
not bad. Now I can move that whole table if I have to, don't I?
That is correct. You just grab the edge of it and it takes the whole thing.
But you know what? I don't really need this. This is one. I don't remember whether I mentioned this. It's I don't remember how I drew this. Whether I drew it through that point.
Well, it won't matter. How are you describing what's the parcel description going to say? Is it going from 14 to 7 or is it going from 14 to 15?
Well, the original drawing goes from 14 to 15. I mean, 14 to 207, 215 is just the departing line, really.
Right. Well, then you could take that off. I mean, you know, you're gonna know what you're gonna need to do. So, and it looks like there's one over there by 214.
That one didn't. I guess that's because I'm.
Remember where yeah, there you go.
Well, there are two. There's supposed to be two there.
Okay. So you're probably going to need to use a line note, you know, a line table note in your annotation for that.
Okay. Well, there are some more points I'm going to have to set. I've got to
Yeah.
set an offset. These 2 points, 210 and 214, are actually in the center of a road. So I'm going to have to show the road in there. And,
Yep.
and there's a road on the side of this too. This is along the edge of the road.
Okay.
When I say road, I mean right of way. So maybe
Correct.
the thing to do now, we're probably not going to finish it this session. We're going to be close. Uh, maybe I should go ahead and put dimensions on the line.
Well, we could. Um, so are you calling are you describing up to this point and then to this point?
Uh,
In other words, in other words, are you going to leader in a little tiny dimension there?
Um, I'm gonna have to at least do the distance. The bearing's gonna be the same.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of what it is, I mean, is that a point on your property or is it just a point online?
It's a
How
point
does
on
the
line.
deed, how does the deed need to be defined?
It's an offset. It's an offset to the actual point in the center of the road, which is gonna be unmarked.
Okay. So is that same, oh gosh, yeah, this is a 200-foot plat. That's why it's so close, even though so it's probably, you know, 8 or 10 feet or something. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, so what is it that we are dimensioning? That is um, the remainder of this, so it follows this line.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll do this. So we're going to dimension the 15.57 acre parcel and the 7.34 acre parcel.
Right.
Okay, and then you'll also just throw a line dimension on there. Okay, now, something like this is probably easiest to, I would say, dimension the line. But if I click this, you see that line that point right there, and that point. So you have a point in that line, in this polyline, and that's okay. But here's what I was, here's where I'm headed with this. If I were to dimension this as a drawn object, I'm going to get a call here and a call here.
Yeah.
So I need to either take this point out of this polyline, and which you can do by simply hovering over the grip and choose remove vertex. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. I think that's what we need to do.
Okay. So that'll do that. The other way is when you go to dimension this, that we go between points instead of the line work. So if you're see my only concern there, Michael, is like in this case, I don't see a point there. Okay, so that point needs to be there, maybe. What does this distance need to be? It goes to here instead of here, right?
Oh no, it goes to 214. I'm just going to give a distance between 214 and
Okay, so ownership goes to these points. You just have to dimension that thing back. Oh, okay, simple enough. Simple enough, yeah. And so that's going to be exactly what we're going to dimension are these lines around here. Now let's see what we have on this side of the world. I've got that point. And that point. So those should probably come away too, right?
yeah, probably.
Otherwise, you'll get the two halves. You'll get a dimension here and a dimension here.
Right.
Now, you um, you may or may not want, or you may or may not need, you may or may not need to have that. Like I don't know if you need to show the distance of that added to this or whatever, but you're actually just, you're going to put,
Planning commission may
yeah. Okay, in which case we'll come back and put them on separately, like maybe have an outside distance and bearing, but an inside distance and distance, something like that. Like as if we had this overall bearing and distance on this line, and then we had 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 80.
Right.
Okay. All right, so that'd be fine. Now you got the same situation here with these 2 points, 201 and 204, but you may want to keep them on there because they're sort of key points. So I'll leave that to you, and you can, and if you have to take them off, but you want to keep them in the drawing, you can put them on a different layer and freeze them, all that kind of stuff. Now, so, so we need to, at this point, put our dimensions on, and do we want them, I guess it doesn't really matter. We can put them inside or outside or over and under, however we want to do it. I'm going to also sort of move this off here a little bit just to. Now you see me doing this by dragging grips around on these attributes.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Just be careful and don't grab the grip that's in the middle of where the point. Don't grab that or you'll move the point.
Right.
Just make sure you grab the one that's that you're,
It does ask you something like, are you sure you want to change
yes.
the coordinate?
Yes, it will ask you that, but just to prevent that from coming up, like if you want to move this off this line, to select the whole thing, but then grab one of the, and see this one is for the elevation, which is not shown. Right. But grab it here or even here. Just don't grab that point because that will move the point.
Right.
All right. I mean, unless you want to move the point. If you want to move the point, then that's the way to do it. Okay. Now, to put the meets and bounds, let's put the meets and bounds on its own separate layer. You could put it on a layer called boundary, but this way, if you ever need to go back and just freeze off the meets and bounds, but leave the lines on, you could do so. So let's go to our layer control, our layer manager. And let's make a new layer and call it meets and bounds, or call it boundary underscore meets and bounds. Whatever you want to call it. Okay. And might as well just leave it white and take all the defaults, everything's good. And click off of it and then double click to the left of it there to make it current, or right there, yeah. That's it, close it. Close that box. Now we're ready to do it, although we probably could have set this in the dialog that's coming up next. This way it also makes it current. So let's go to the annotate menu, and we're going to annotate angle and distance. Now we could auto annotate and do the whole figures and all that, but let's do these as individual lines so we can control them a little better. Okay. But there's your choices. Now here's the pictures sort of show you, in the icons, and so do the words. You see this word that says bearing, and then you see a line, and then here's you see a line, you see a bearing. Well, that's describing for you that you're going to put the bearing over the line, or is the line over the bearing. Now here's bearing over the distance, here's distance over the bearing. Right. Okay, so choose the way you want that to do, and then pick individual lines as you go around.
And you can change it from line to line, right?
Yes, you're gonna, when you pick it, you'll do that. And you see there's another one down there that says, and don't worry about finding it now, but in the left-hand main menu, there's a thing that says annotate with leader. That's how you can do that little offset distance.
Okay.
All right, so then select a line or a polyline, set the size, all that kind of stuff. I think if you just select
one line at a time, or could do all of them there?
No, that should just do the one, but I'm not sure, come to think about it. Yeah, there it is. And
what's
now you
that
can,
font?
well, that is, looks like it's like a Leroy, and it's set to go on top of the line. Go ahead now and pick the left line, and we'll undo it, and I'll we'll set that.
This one?
Yeah, click that. All right, so that's the way it's working. It's picking individual segments. Okay, so go ahead and hit enter. And you can type U to undo. All right, now let's go to the annotate menu again. And this time look at the annotate defaults. And here we go. So that text right here on all the tabs across the top in the general, the text size scaler, so it's 0.08, but you might want to make that a little bigger. I don't know, it's whatever you think.
0.1?
That's fine by me. It's what, you may have rules. I don't know. The text offset scaler, the one over to the right, that's how far off of the line you want it to be drawn.
Okay.
All right. Again, in printed inches. And then the line type scaler, that's, well, it's not really going to apply for us here, but that's line types. And then you can use multi-line text or not. And for these particular calls, if you're doing them all on one side of the line, I wouldn't worry about it. But if you're stacking either side, above and below the line, you might want to keep them as M text. That's that next checkbox down on the left.
Well, some of them I am going to do like that. So should I go ahead and check it?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Okay. Previous labels erased, that's good. Spaces between the bearing and the distance. So you could have, 1, 2, 3, 5, however many if you want to spread them out.
Okay.
Draw leaders to the endpoints. Those are your crow's feet, we used to call them. In Texas, I don't know what to call them now. All right, so then let's look at angle and distance tabs. So angle, so it wants the layer to put the angle being the bearing. Now, it says by default, bearing text. Let's hit the select button and choose that meets and bounds. And you can just type in filter up there. You can just start typing. You can do it that way. Just start typing MET. There it is. And hit OK. And you don't want any prefixes. That's fine. Now the angle text style, that was the style of your text, was a style called Roman Simplex, which isn't really a style name. It's a font name, but that's part of what the programmers build in. So anyway, select that. And if you want to use, any of those.
What do you recommend?
Well, it depends. Are you trying to make them stand out, or you just, like if you choose standard, it's going to look the same as the area tabulation in the parcel. So, and maybe that's what you want. Yeah. Yeah, because you can always change it. All right. And let's see what else we might want to look at here. Wait, before you go. The bearing annotation precision, that's fine. We'll go down there second. And the angle separator, that means we're going to use the degree symbol instead of a dash or whatever. Now the bearing direction method, this is the part I wanted to talk to you about. Toward the picked end. So if you, let me see, I'm going to drag this out of the way a little bit. You see that line right there?
Yeah.
So if I pick this side, if I pick to the left of the midpoint, that's the picked end, would be the left. And so the bearing that it calculates and draws is toward that. So it would be from right to left. But if we always want it, left to right, and if you have this set, then make sure you pick the tail end of the line.
Okay.
Or you could say away from the picked end, so that you're picking the back end of the line.
Okay.
Or you could say by line work, but what happens in that case is it is sensitive to the direction the line was created. And sometimes you have to stop and reverse the line. Okay. So I just want you to be aware of how that works. And that's going to be, sensitive to that. So if you want to pick on the back side so it draws progressing, change it to away from the picked end, or whichever way you want to do it.
Okay.
And we don't need the geodetic mean angle. Strip 0 minutes and seconds, I would not. And there's your quadrant labels. There's north, south, east, and west. Strip degrees, leaving 0 now. Label cardinal angles by name. So if it's like due north, it will spell them out like North. Bearing leaders again. So these prefixes, or labels rather, I don't recall. We don't have spaces in there now. I don't recall whether it automatically pads it or not. I think it looked okay. We'll take a look at it. All right, so that's good for the angle. Now let's take a look at the distance. Again, you want to set your layer. There you go. And I think we used standard on that, did we? No prefixes, the suffix is the foot symbol. Decimal. Now it says AutoCAD units. That means if you've got the units setting set to be 4 decimal places, that's what you're going to get. And if you change the units, it will change as you change that setting. Okay. In this particular case, you're going to almost always use 2 decimal places. I would recommend pulling that down and changing it to specifically 2, which would be the 0.05. Those are just examples. There you go. All right. And everything looks good. Label the second scale distance on, that's fine. Drop trailing zeros, use commas. All right, that looks good. Let's look at arcs. Again, the arcs labels. And these are for curved boundary lines. Strip degrees leading 0 for the delta, okay? So the arc length would say A, or maybe you want it to say A equals, or, whatever. Let's see, let's put that, or L equals, if you'd rather see it say length equals.
I've always used L. That's what I grew up on.
All right, well, let's do it. Now the angle decimals. Should be here to the nearest second, I think. They don't show you a very good sample of it to know. I think that's what that means, but I don't want it to come out with 4 decimal places after the, for the seconds.
Well, we don't have any arcs on this drawing.
Yeah, that's true. So you could always change it if you need it. All right. Now, series lines and parallel lines. These are things like this over here.
Okay.
And again, I would say you make that text a little smaller. We'll go ahead and set the, we'll set the defaults up just to get ready for them. I don't want to, I don't want to waste some valuable time here.
Yeah, I've actually got a bit of a time crunch at 5 o'clock. I've got to drive 30 miles to pick up my car, which has been repaired.
Yeah.
I got to get there before they close.
I've got a guy coming to TV the drain line under the driveway too. So anyway, I just set those up. But what that means is when you have something that is all on the same bearing, but all these multiples, so that lets you set some of this stuff up. Same thing with the parallels, but I'm going to go ahead and just set the layers and stuff for you. So later when it does come into play, it will already be set. Okay, now, so we've got these done and we're going to save these and we're going to call it Jeff County auto. Well, that's not auto annotation. Yeah, annotation defaults. I'm going to call this just annotation defaults because they're not the same as and maybe they are. Let me see if I looked at auto annotate. Yeah, see, these were the auto annotate defaults. The ones that we just saved were the annotate defaults, okay? So now you're going to go back to your angled distance and you're going to pick whichever way you want it to be. And keep in mind, I think you had it as toward the picked end.
Yeah.
All right, so. Now, is that what you chose, the bearing over the distance?
Annotate, well, this is what I meant to take.
Ah, okay. Just go ahead and do it again. Yeah, do it again, and it's there you go. And now just keep going around the figure. Except that one you'll probably want to do over and under. But okay.
Oh.
Now it reads in that direction, but you notice the direction of the bearing is truly toward the picked end, but it reads that way because of the fact that it's it's a rotated line. Yeah. And that's reading the bearing from the top down. So, and that's probably what you want because you're defining that line or that overall thing. Now, try not to pick too close to the middle because sometimes you might not know which side of the line you're picking on. Okay. And you got one more to do. Now finish the command before you go back. Just hit enter to finish. Okay, now you got those other two to do. And well, that's not south. Well, which way is north? I don't even know where the north arrow is on this. All right, there is north. So yeah, so that's south to west. That's going from here to here.
Yeah.
So that's fine. All right. And that also. Okay, now you're done with that, hit enter. And now, again, once you've done this, every bit of this stuff is just text. So you could still see there's a bit of a conflict here. I would, consider maybe doing this same type of thing, but labeling this parcel from over in here, maybe, I don't know, to get some of that off of there. Or let's see, what would happen if we did this?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I need this line.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I need a different,
And you're gonna, yeah, don't forget this point up here too. You've got some overlap there that you want to fix.
oh, yeah.
And even if it's like that, you see, you see this text up here. If you needed to, you know, you can go in there and I'm just going to click right here and just put a bunch, you know, you can do something like that if you ever need to, because it's just text and then move it around. Okay. But I'll put it back like it was. Now I'll let you go ahead and finish it up. All right.
So that's that whole line, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. So you have this bearing and distance is from 06 to 02.
Right.
This one is from 02 to 03. This one's from 03 to 05. And then here's 5 to 34, then up to
Probably put some of those crow's feet on that one.
down here, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, only if you're enumerating this distance in here. I mean, really the real part of the conflict is hold on. You know, here's part of the problem is that you can't really see it.
Right.
Because you got all of this going on here. So these two, and then you've got this, you know, you can get that out of the way. And you could even, excuse me, you could even, well, you can't really change that to be conch over top of mon. Because it's an attribute. There are other ways of doing it. But anyway, you can see what you need to do is to move stuff around, draw leaders in if you have to move them around. And then, so this, you might even consider, let's do the, and then that shows the whole thing out, out here. And then you can put this stuff back or bring this stuff up like right there. And then, you know, but like, yeah, and you know, and I'd pull this guy off a little ways. I'm not a big fan of point numbers on plats myself. Oops.
If you write a meets and bounds description, it's real handy.
Yeah, I see the argument for it, but when I do meets and or not meets and bounds descriptions, but when I do when I make plats and drawings and such, there's a whole lot of the artist in me that you know that tries to make it into a nice looking drawing. Um, Now, see, there's a case where I would definitely need to move this out a little ways. Yeah. All right. So now that's unequivocal as to what line that is.
Yeah.
Okay. And and that same thing happens up here. You just need to fix that point number. But I'll leave those cosmetics to you. Now, the last thing you need to do though is make sure you set your is to make sure that you get your line styles for these,
Oh,
because right now they're on a layer called deed,
yeah.
and its line type is set to by layer. So what I would recommend, since there's only just a few of these that you need to worry about changing, is go to that annotate menu again and come down about, let's see, line types. It's about 2/3 of the way down. It's a pull right. There you go. Up one more, up, and go to change polyline line types. Okay. And you're gonna find the picture of the property line. Hit the next button at the bottom. And somewhere, no, that's a flow line or a fence line, whatever it's called. Let's see. There it is, PL. Right in the
Well,
middle.
they don't like you to use that one. They like you to use the
Oh,
dash
just the,
dot.
just the, yeah, just the symbol. Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably not defined other than,
We've used it somewhere before.
oh yeah, yeah. But we didn't do it with this particular thing. Let me see if I can find it. See, these are the named Carlson created ones, and they are not going to show up here in the pictures, but they will be in this list potentially. Nope. No. Okay. So we'll cancel that from that direction. Let's do it the properties way, just the CAD way. So here now is our line type. And here's where you can set those. And that's going to be that. Oh, Lord, I don't even know what it is. However, we've got a shortcut. Remember what we did before? When we borrow stuff,
Yeah.
what was the name of the file that, or is that's the line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But that's just a picture. Let's see here. What was
REI.
RAI? Or let me see if I can find it here with the line types. Long dash double short, or it's not divide.
Oh, was it in Phantom 2? Was that it?
Phantom or Phantom 2 or Phantom X2 is one of those. All right, let's try it and see. So we'll double click back inside. We'll come down here and change its line type to, we'll just start with Phantom. And we'll see if that, I think that's a little too spaced out maybe.
Yeah.
So we'll try it again and look at Phantom 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's probably it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll also, let's give it a weight. Let's make it, you might want it even a little bit heavier. And see, in the other philosophy, excuse me, the other philosophy of this, Mike, is that you might want to put that on a separate layer and make the layer that instead of these individually. But this keeps us from having to change all the different layers.
Right.
So now that you have that, does this dividing line itself need to be that same?
That's a,
That line?
yeah, it needs to be, that's the one that needs to be solid is the new line, which is that one, yeah.
That line is the new. So this is old. Is it just this line or does the whole boundary need to
No,
be?
just that line,
Okay, and it needs to be continuous?
yes.
All right, so so what we'll do, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I'm going to match the properties for everything, and then we're going to change we're going to change this one. I just wanted to get the width to be the same, the weight. So now that I've selected that, I'm going to put its type back to being continuous. So that now would look like that.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to work. Nathan, okay. Yeah, I'll be right there. All right, so we got one more. We're going to change this to that one too. Okay. Oop. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Yep, I gotta run. You gotta run too.
Yeah.
Save the drawing.
Yeah. Okay, got some good work done.
Yep. Have you got some time next week? If you do, I'll
Okay.
shoot you a text and let you know what my schedule looks like.
That'll work. All right, sir.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
you bet. And I'll send you either check back on my YouTube channel or whatever. I'll get it up here as soon as it takes a while for them to get it posted so I can get it. So
Okay.
all right. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.